We're back. Seems like everything's working now. So let's jump straight in because we lost like a week because of connection issues and work scheduling. And I was intending to do more than just Final Fantasy VII this month. So let's get to it. So we left off in Cosmo Canyon. Can I buy weapons? Probably. Yeah, I must have done. The only reason I have that weapon for Red 13. Yeah, go on. And then... Alright. Well, good talking to you, Limbo. Going up. There's a gate here and a post box outside suggesting that there's some other way up top, and there isn't. Buggin. Good Hagen-Dazs. I'm 48. Well, that comes with time, Bread 13. Interesting thought, like, the planet could very well be close to death, as it currently stands. Based entirely on the presence of Genova. Alright, let's call Klimbo. Klimbo will appreciate this. Good old Klimbo. What? No. Man, FF7 is so good. You know, come see the observatory? Only allowed to take one of them, though. Is that right? Sounds right, but it doesn't feel right. It turns out this isn't the observatory room, this is actually the bathroom, and he was just being a funny prank on us. Why is this place suddenly huge? I invited Klimbo so he could talk. What does Klimbo think? I believe the Final Fantasy VII lore is that their consciousness is absorbed back into the live stream and essentially fades away into the mass of everything. But those with particularly strong will are able to resist that and maintain their individuality. Spirit energy is a word you should never forget, but I constantly forget because I don't think it ever comes up after this. It's all about Mako energy. But as long as it makes somebody money, they won't care. The expectation is that it'll be dead and gone long before the effects become apparent. Fuck you, I got mine. How you doing, Zeke? Thank you for the subscription. 26 months. That's a long time. I guess tripping ball counts as tripping ball. Because it's one ball. Like Hitler. Hitler couldn't trip balls, Hitler could only trip ball. Anyway. Can't believe I brought Klimbo to that and he didn't even say anything. Do I even got her to go on? Well, you seem to be having a good time, so I'm just gonna leave you be. Well, fuck you. Yay, proofreading. To be fair, like, for a game with as much text as this, everybody always remembers stuff like, this guy are sick and be a cause. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. See, the sound stops there. Like, for a game with as much text as this, though, across 3 discs, there's, I suppose, surprisingly few spelling and grammatical errors. I feel like Code Veronica has about as much. Oh, well, well. It isn't the Klimbo himself. This is the first time we've ever had a hype train on this stream. And it's Ninja. Why aren't the alerts playing? You all have sounds. Oh, because I verified it, but I didn't There we go. I had to re-verify it, is why. And then I didn't actually connect after I verified it. Welcome on in. Clem, thank you for the resubscription. Teak, thank you for the 1 bit. Ninja. Oh yeah, thanks because you're just here. You didn't pay money to be here. You got into the cheap seats. Everybody else paid to be here. Seat continues to pay. Thank you for the gift, Subteak. Enjoy the emotes, like the only one people actually really like, which is the one that Klim made. Yeah, that one. So, I was talking recently on stream. Like, we're coming up to the end of the year, which means I'm gonna have to set up new sound files for the mods when they enter the stream for next year. Because like this year we had the PlayStation ones, and next year we'll go back to just like anything. I have to find ones that'll fit your personalities and such. And so I was talking about, like, what if we did, at some point, a year of Final Fantasy, where we only played Final Fantasy games for a year, and all the mods had different versions of the main Final Fantasy theme? How many bits is that? 9 bits. Thank you so much, T. Thank you so much for the 10 bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's nice on some level to know that you guys consider this nonsense to be worth paying for. Wow. Level 2 hype train, god damn you guys. You guys are crazy. Yeah, I'm surprised Ali's bot follows me. That's really weird. Like, I don't have my bot following anybody because what's the point? Wait a minute. Ali's bot doesn't follow me. I think she might just be logged into the wrong account. Well, come on in, Ali. Yeah, so I was thinking, like, what would be the versions of the main Final Fantasy theme that would appeal to you guys the most? And like with Clem, it's easy. Like, just cut out the version that plays during the FF7 credits. He is subbed, actually. Ali is, subbed. I think, like, regularly. Let me check the thing. Yeah, this doesn't say how long she's... Yeah. I think the problem with gifting randomly is... I see it happen in other streams as well. Far too often it ends up going to somebody who is never really even there. I think you are always better just directing it at somebody. Bring in my boy, Klimbo. He's very angry at the moment. A name that is attributable to my stream. What are we missing there then? Fire. Replace that with time. Ice. That should be alright. That account that you only have for the sake of Genshin grinding. I should visit the inn first, because we are not at max capacity. How's everyone doing tonight? We're in for a long haul. Yeah, you should be streaming Nocturne. Ah, the riders. Oh, open the hype chest. What is it? Hippie yummy emote, whatever the fuck that is. Feeling better than yesterday? Excellent. Is it because of me? Is it because I'm here? I appreciate that. Ah, beat Tomb Raider Legend. Did you enjoy it? Was my recommendation valid? It gives you anxiety. You know, I kind of feel that way about Dark Souls. There's like a minor level of anxiety always going on. I think entirely because you cannot pause the game. Oh, it's complicated. I like Tomb Raider Legend. Maybe we'll do it next year. I do want to do the remasters next year. Choo-choo. Although, interestingly, the same team that made the those VR ports that I've been like raving about recently, like the Doom 3 port, Quake 1, 2, 3, all in VR, Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy in VR. Their most recent project came out, and it is Tomb Raider 1 in VR. And it's like, Would that be kind of worth doing? I'll have to take a look at it and see how well it works. Because I feel like that could be, like, really difficult. Oh, the PC version? Yeah. If it kept crashing, I think the specifics of that are because of the enhanced graphics option. Like, it doesn't crash anywhere near as often if that option is turned off. Still run it for the long haul today to try and make up for the lack of streaming over the last week or so. Oh, excellent. I should do that then. What is it, Clint? What do your hazard eyes see? It doesn't have a tail, Clint. I think, though, solid recommendation. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I am glad you enjoyed it. I think it's definitely more accessible than the classics. Ah. Well, the fun thing with that, Ninja, is the next game, Anniversary, is a prequel. The actual sequel is Underworld, but to understand Underworld, you will have to play Anniversary. Hazard site. Like, they're all pretty solid games. I think Underworld is the weakest, but it's still a fairly enjoyable time. I think next year, because I've been making the point that I want to make it a year without any replays at all. Like, I don't want to stream anything that I've streamed before. And it's like, you know what, I really want to do one of these Resident Evil games in VR. Like, if you checked out the modding channel, I tried out the VR mods for RE2 Make, RE3 Make, and RE7. And it was like, they're really cool. Like, they're a bunch of fun, they're really cool. And I'd love to stream them. So it's like, how do I balance that with not wanting to stream anything I've done before? Hey, Squall. Welcome on in, buddy. Hello there. I want to do Code Veronica. Plus, I have actually streamed Code Veronica before. Because I did it for the 10 years of Resident Evil. I streamed Code Veronica, and you actually got a complete playthrough of it from me. So I think that was probably enough. But I haven't actually streamed RE7. Ali, I feel like we've been over this enough that you know exactly what my opinions are on Code Veronica. How you doing, Danny?
Is no ghost. There is only Barry.
Yeah, I'm really not fond of it. It's OG Barry. Classic Barry. The good Barry. The Barry that doesn't try to betray you and then gets immediately forgiven because Jill is a moron. Maybe I should equip somebody with a star pendant. Yeah, like, Code Veronica, there is good stuff about Code Veronica. It probably has the best soundtrack. Star Pendant makes you immune to poison, Clint. There is good stuff about Code Veronica. It has probably the best soundtrack of the series. Only funny when I do it, Clem. Like, it's probably got the best soundtrack in the series. I still maintain that it's the most engrossing plot in Resident Evil. And the only game I think that comes close to that is RE7. I think the map design, the backtracking, the way the game holds back the decent weapons from you, but makes you deal with enemies that really require them for so long, is kind of frustrating. Like, the Bandersnatches come at you fairly early, and the best weapon you have to deal with them is the bowgun, which is terrible in Code Veronica, unless you use the explosive bowgun bolts, which are just boss ammo. Its whole focus on pushing, like, oh, we have full 3D environments now, which means we can do stuff like have first-person sequences, which don't work well. You have the two first-person sequences of the game, the Nosferatu sniper fight, and shooting Alexei with a linear launcher, and neither of them are good. Both of which make make the fights worse. The thing with the Bandersnatch is more than anything, is like, you've got ones in awkward areas, their range is absurd, and that they can just move around really quickly. Like, when you're trying to get into the palace, not the palace, the private residence, and they'll just zip up and down the stairs faster than you can get up or down the stairs. Like, that's frustrating. Bunch of rooms where you try to just run around them and they'll just keep stretching and whacking you. And I feel like all of the troubles with that would be mitigated if you were given either the shotgun or the grenade launcher earlier. Like, one of the two. The moth hallway, which ties into my problem with the Bandersnatches outside the private residence, in that you can kill them, but they'll respawn, and the same's true of the moth. Code Veronica is a game with too many weapons. And the shotgun could be better if you were actually needing to use it. But by the time you actually get the shotgun, you have the grenade launcher. You have... you got the assault rifle by that point. You can absolutely have the Uzis. It's like the Magnum in RE3 make. By the time you get it, you really don't need it. There's not a whole lot left worth using it on. And the only time I ever got legitimate usage out of the Magnum in RE3 make was when I was going for the S Plus run. And I got it specifically to deal with the pale heads. I needed to save the shotgun ammo for something else. An adjective to describe something covered in blood. Wet. Wet. Itchy. No, nobody gets wet in this stream. This stream is like a desert. Dry, it's sandy. There's a bunch of wind. It gets cold at night. Man, I wish I had Blade Beam. Barret could be a mod here. This is why I sleep away from everybody. Because of the sand. But yeah, if I can work out the specifics of camera focus for a stream, then we might do RE7 VR next year. Because like the main reason why I've not streamed RE7 yet is because I don't really enjoy playing it, because I think it controls badly. I feel like the aiming on it is really bad. But in VR, when you're aiming with motion controls, it's so much better. It fixes my entire problem with the game. It really is. It's like if you guys watched the testing video that I put in the Discord, like I had such an easy time shooting Mia in the face, as she deserves. Like it was absolutely insane. After that, the only real issue I'll have is that the game does not pause while you go into the inventory. Which does come up in the testing video, because I was trying to find the key for the hatch before Jack got to me, and I wasn't able to, so he got to me and cut my leg off. Like, that's really tricky. But yeah, other than that, like, really fun. It is a cool scene. Like, it's a really cool scene to demonstrate. But on replays, I feel like you want to try and avoid it just as a skill thing. Though it was definitely interesting to see in VR because the mod makes your... It's weird, the mod sometimes makes your body invisible and sometimes it doesn't. So the leg's invisible in the cutscene as the leg's getting cut off. And like the blood's pouring on the ground and he's digging the shovel into an invisible thing, and then when the leg comes off, it's visible and it's there. And then you're attaching the leg back onto it, and you're attaching it to something that's invisible, it's not there. Like, that was weird to see. Yeah, RE7's opening being as slow as it is, it's a common issue with with a bunch of games of like the last 15 years. It's one of the most frustrating things about replaying Arkham Asylum. Like, it's a long drawn out opening that you cannot skip before you get to the stuff that you're actually there for. And RE7's opening does go on for so long. Cool the first time and then like never again. No, RE4 doesn't have that. You can skip all the cutscenes in RE4, and RE4 gets you into the action a lot quicker anyway. Much better for replays. Are we talking OG RE4 or RE4, mate? Because both of them into it much faster than RE7, but like my argument's going to be different depending on which it is. OG. No. OG gets you into it really quickly. You can skip all the cutscenes. It's like, I've run through RE4 doing it quickly with skipping like all the cutscenes. And like, you get it down to like 3 hours or so. And like, you just run forward into the house, skip the cutscene, kill the guy, skip the cutscene, jump out the window, shoot everybody around you, run, keep killing people as they go. And then you're in the village. And then, like, it's so much quicker. And you have the option, which is more the point. You absolutely have the option to skip anything you don't want to see. I feel like the encounter rate's been quite high in here. In Arkham Asylum, you can skip pieces of conversation. It never tells you this, but like, if you press B, like say you're using an Xbox controller and you press B in a conversation, whether it's in like one of the calls or whether it's a face-to-face thing, it will skip to the next line of dialogue. And once the game's finished loading a cutscene, you can skip it. But the long walk at the start of the game doesn't let you skip it. You have to walk through it and go through all the scripted events. It's one of those things, like, it is the same for Valve, because I assume you're talking about Half-Life 1 in particular, though Half-Life 2 does do it. In that it was a really cool and impressive showcase when it first came out, and when you first saw it. And it's one of those things that you can appreciate on a technical level and a storytelling level. But when you're trying to just play the game on a repeat playthrough, it slows everything down. Like, it is cool, and I appreciate being there, and on the first playthrough, it's really engaging and really interesting to see. You just kind of wish there was an option to skip through it on a repeat playthrough. Welcome back, then. You didn't miss the Geen attack fight. Not using limit breaks when this thing's probably close to death now. Damn, just die. There we go. Alright, what am I? Hey, Panda. Talk about Valve. Yeah. Enemy skill? I don't care. Like blue magic, I don't care. If I'm not going to care about the best blue magician in the series, Strago, I'm not going to care about any. I have to save these for the next spider, but I guess we'll be using them now. See, I clarify Strago as the best blue magician in the series entirely because of how he learns his blue magic. Every other blue magician requires the ability to be used on them, whereas Strago just has to see it. And it makes it, I think, so much more viable for you to learn blue magic that way. So instead of Valve, let's talk about id. id Software. Creators of such video game classics as Quake, Wolfenstein 3D, Because this is a JRPG, it's what happens with them. Have you never played a JRPG, Danny? Tell him, Clem. These battles are the majority of gameplay. Motherfucker, I just used Cure 2. Have another one. There we go. Yeah, I think it is 2 that are required, because there's this web, and then there's that web up there. The third one's optional, but I always go for it. Anniversary is not 12.5 hours. Like, that's nonsense. So, Mario RPGs and Xenoblade, if you're looking at those, none of those have random encounters. All of those have their enemies on the field map. Well, it's longer than Legend. Like, one of the big complaints about Legend when it came out was that it was quite short. Especially in comparison to the older games. And Legend Anniversary is longer to deal with, to like make up for that. But Anniversary is also still shorter than the older games. I think Underworld is the shortest though. Like, Underworld is the Shadow of the Tomb Raider of that trilogy. In that it's the least enjoyable. It's shorter. It has quite a bit of padding, actually. Like, it's still ultimately fine and is the conclusion of the storyline. But it's the weakest of the Legend trilogy. But yeah, Xenoblade... The Xenoblade Chronicles games and the Mario RPGs all have enemies on the map. So while you go into battle screens with the Mario RPGs, you're not getting into random encounters. Whether that's a good thing or not, honestly depends on your perspective. I prefer random encounters. Because, like, I know a lot of people, even people who, like, grew up on these kinds of RPGs. I know a lot of people prefer to have enemies on the map that you can see and avoid and such. It becomes kind of an OCD focus of mine to kill every enemy that's on the field map, for the sake of avoiding having to grind later. Like, my perspective is, I look at a game like this, and I expect by doing all the random encounters that come at me, I will always be at a reasonable level for the game as we progress. That's not always the case. There are games where that is not going to happen. But it is something I prefer. And then in games where that isn't the case, the games where you have enemies on the field map, I feel like I need to go and kill all of them before I move on. so I can maintain that level and keep myself at an appropriate level as we go on, so that I don't have to go and grind later in the game. And I feel like generally it is actually what's expected of you as well. Like, I think of the Tales games, where it is kind of really required of you to go at every enemy that you see on the map, on the field map. One of the reasons why I got really burnt out on Tales of Xillia 2 was that it was required of you to do that, and then that still wasn't enough. Still need to do grinding on top of that. So I think random encounters, some people like them, some people don't, some people wish to be replaced with enemies on the field map. I think the problem with them isn't specifically about random encounters, so much as it is frequency, the battles themselves, how fast the battles can go by, how good the battle system is. For example, I think a good way of determining it, ooh, grenade bomb, is to compare, say, this game with Final Fantasy IX. And random encounters are worse in Final Fantasy IX because everything takes longer. Now that's mitigated somewhat if you play one of the modern ports, one of the HD ports, because they load faster. But Final Fantasy IX, in its original release, took so long to load, and it was a real big issue. It doesn't load faster. It does in a bunch of areas. Plus, you also have the fast forward to help push you through that. So it does become like a better solution. And in the same sense, I think random encounters in Final Fantasy VI are better to deal with than in this game. And again, that comes down to the speed. Final Fantasy VI is such a faster game that going into battles and then out of battles is less of a chore. Final Fantasy IV does have that, and I think it's a holdover from the NES days, where Final Fantasies 1 through 3 would end up with like a max of 9 enemies on screen at a time. And so, as far as the random encounters themselves go, I think the peak for battles being enjoyable in a speed sense are 5 and 6. Possibly 6 in a bunch of ways other than that. Because, like, the minute you get Edgar in your party and the minute you get the option to put Edgar back in your party, auto crossbow is going to keep you going for quite a while, and it makes those battles so much faster. Always misses the first time. Bitch. You have the option, like, always just straight in. Yeah, no, I feel like X potions cost more than Phoenix Downs. The theme of Seto. I feel like scenes like this are where, from a storytelling point perspective, Final Fantasy really makes really good use of the 3D aspect. I do feel like Final Fantasy VII, from a storytelling perspective, is more engaging in a lot of ways than Final Fantasy VI or Final Fantasy IV, because it gets to do stuff like this with the third dimension. It's a good moment, and it's an important moment of growth for Bread 13. No, like, one of my eyelashes is straight up in my left eye. Bothering me. I think the closest I've come to tearing up on stream was actually during the Final Fantasy VI Pixel remaster. With the opera scene. Like, that got me close to tearing up. That was really good. No, I probably will cry at the end of Mass Effect 3. I'll fucking own that. You think if it would have won you an Oscar? To be fair though, like, you could have edited the game audio back in, because the only sound that's playing is theme of Seto. It would have been really easy to do. No, I'll straight up admit I will probably tear up in Mass Effect 3. And it will begin with the words, "Someone else might have got it wrong." Had to be me. Someone else could have got it wrong. playing Mass Effect 3 for the first time, and like there's all those moments that push it, and then the final moment on the Citadel as that last character fades away, and like I'm being vague so I'm not spoiling it, but like you'll know who I'm talking about, Ninja. And like you sit down and it's like it's over and we're done, and then that last character just fades away, and that was the point where I finally started to tear up. I was like, God, you were there. It's gonna be a good playthrough. I need to figure out whether or not I'm going to invite you onto the Mass Effect trilogy playthrough. And when we get to Gears 3, it's like, Well, I'll make a point here and now, Clem. I ain't playing Gears 2 without you. So if you want that stream, you're going to have to get yourself an Xbox. Mecha Phoenix and Dom Clintiago back at it again. Fighting the Locust. No, Locust isn't a plague that beset Egypt. Yeah, like, you get an Xbox, or like you steal it back from your brother, or you just like get a new one, or fix the one that you've got. And like, I'm absolutely down to do Gears 2 and Gears 3 with you. Comes. You think anybody tried using a soft on him? Well, it'd be the same idea as the Halo idea. Like when we were doing Halo, my intention was always for us to stop at Reach, not go on to 4 or 5. It's like Palom and Porum in 4. But yeah, no, he turned to stone of his own will. You can't restore him. And then he's restored off-screen. Through the power of bullshit. Yeah, I've no interest in playing Gears 4 or 5, or Halo 4, 5, or Infinite. Like, I'm happy with Gears 1 through 3, and Halo 1, 2, 3, ODST, and Reach. Like, my intention for the Halo co-op playthroughs was to end with Reach. Oh, I need to swap out materia again. Like Xbox just doesn't have a good track record with sequels. It's like, look at Halo. Not Halo, fucking Fable. Not enjoy Fable 2, and I heard Fable 3 was worse. I think more than anything, like, that becomes more and more apparent with the more they push to be more of a broader company, not just making their own games. Like making games for other systems as well. And it's like, I do think we need Xbox as a competitor to Sony, but it feels like Microsoft would absolutely just be happier at this point being Sega. Sega. I think that's always been the case with whoever's leading the industry at that given moment. Like, it's happened with all three of the major companies. It happened with Nintendo back in the NES and Super Nintendo days, and they went into the Nintendo 64 feeling like they'd be able to keep that up. And PlayStation came out of nowhere and blew them away. Developers preferred working on PlayStation. The sales hit massively. Nintendo's focus on family-friendly content came back and bit them in the arse. Which is kind of a shame, because the reason they had that policy was so understandable. Because it wasn't them being prudes or anything, it was a direct response to the market in the West being littered with shit like the Atari porn games. And so the idea was that a parent could rely on Nintendo's seal of quality to be a sign that this game would be appropriate for their children. But there was also, like, the whole idea they had of controlling publishing. Third-party companies would only be allowed to publish 3 games a year on the NES and such. Which is why you end up with stuff when you go back to the NES and see stuff like Palcom and Ultra Games. Those are both Konami. They're subsidiaries, fake companies that Konami set up to display as publishers so they could get more than 3 games out a year on the NES. The Super Nintendo followed a lot of the same troubles. Though it was a little more on its toes in the West because of the Mega Drive, the Genesis. Sega did generally pretty well in Europe anyway. Nintendo neglected Europe. And Sega kind of swooped in, and you ended up with stuff like the Master System being more popular over here. But the Genesis hit in a really big way in the US. And so that kept me on the toes a bit. Then the PlayStation blew it out of the water, and brand loyalty meant nothing at that point. A lot of people jumped ship to PlayStation. PlayStation massively expanded the market share of all of a sudden gaming became a much more popular thing to do. It was not as niche anymore. And so Sony had that, and they went into the PS2 with that as the market leaders and maintained that even as Nintendo tried to rally back with the GameCube, which didn't work and I believe sold worse than Nintendo 64. Xbox got a decent market share and Nintendo fell further behind. Then the Xbox 360 came out and did pretty well. And Sony continued that whole level. I label it as arrogance, and I label it the same way in the modern days. But like the PS3 continued the idea of like custom hardware. The PS2 was notoriously difficult to develop for, and it's a big part of the reason why emulation has been so difficult for it. Because it's weird, unique architecture. But the PS2 had the market share. There were so many people who had PS2s. So it was well worth developing games for them, even if they were difficult to develop for. The PS3 continued that idea. But because of stuff like the ridiculously high price point, especially in comparison with the Xbox 360, that kind of fell down by the wayside. Plus, the side problem of HD. The HD generation suddenly became a hell of a lot more expensive to develop games for. And we saw a lot of scaling back in a bunch of ways of what games would do. Like, they'd look nicer, but in terms of like gameplay and interactivity, they'd be a lot more restricted because of the way development suddenly changed for HD. And with PlayStation 3 being such a strange, unique system, while Xbox 360 was a lot closer to PC. So it was closer to a standardized level of hardware. A lot of developers, even Japanese developers, which was kind of surprising, preferred working on the Xbox 360. And Sony's market share kind of slipped. They did end up selling more than the Xbox, I think, by the end of the generation. But it took them most of the generation to get there. So we go with, yeah, the PS3 did end up selling more overall. Because it did eventually get the games that you wanted, but at launch it was a very difficult thing. It was a high price point, there weren't a lot of games there. It had a fairly high failure rate, which the 360 did as well. But I think Microsoft recovered from it quicker. And so we go into the generation following that, the 8th generation, I believe. The Xbox One and the PS4. And Microsoft is kind of very close to being on top of the world. And they take that arrogance and they push the whole idea of the Xbox One, always online, bundled with a Kinect, requires the Kinect. No game sharing, no second-hand stuff. A lot of stuff that Microsoft ended up walking back on. But by the time they did, the damage was done. There was a particular line. Yeah, the biggest idiot speak from. There was a particular line that one of the PR people had. When he was asked, like, what if people don't want to always be connected online, or don't have a constant internet connection? And the response was, then buy a 360. That arrogance that ultimately dealt a blow that Microsoft still hasn't recovered from. Because all of a sudden, people were so much less interested in Xbox. They were pushing media rather than games. It was online, the Kinect requirement, the lack of resellability for games. All of it was walked back on by the time the system launched, except the Kinect. Came with the Kinect for like a year, and then you could get a model without that. Sony trolled the fuck out of them, yeah. I feel like we all remember that video of like, here's how you share games on PS4. Game to your friend. And that's how. And since then, Sony's been like right back on top, and with that arrogance, has led to the more modern stuff of doing whatever they want. Again. It's the arrogance of the market leader. Nintendo had it, Sony had it, and Sony has it again. Microsoft has had it. Nintendo being in a more unique place now has allowed them to not even really compete with Sony or Microsoft and still be in a position where they can be as arrogant as they want. And it absolutely works. They've all absolutely been there in that position. Slim, would you be a buddy and bring up the combination for me? Every time. 36, 10, 59, 97. Thank you, Clint. No. Because for the past, at this point, like 15 years or so, we've lived in a world where I can look it up at any given moment. And given that it's a combination that's required once in a game that takes about 30 hours, yeah. Yeah, well, as far as the arrogance of it all goes, though, like, Sony is absolutely in a position where they can be as arrogant as they want, and it really doesn't matter. Because it's so unlikely at this point that Microsoft is going to claw back any kind of market share from them. Oh no, I always guess the combination. I know we've been over this before. Like, I don't memorize it, I guess it, and it's easy enough that I always end up there. What was it? Okay, it has scrolled off the screen. Alright, 36, 10, 59, 97. I should save first. Let me type it in. Oh, Clem has pinned it. Thank you, Clem. No, with the whole thing of Microsoft going more multi-platform, in particular them doing it quite a few years ago with PC, but then also with Nintendo, where you've got stuff like Ori and the Blind Forest on Switch. It really feels like Microsoft hasn't been trying to compete in the same space. And it does leave the question of, like, why are they still producing consoles? But there is also the thing of, like, I really don't want them to stop, because if Sony has no real competition, it's just going to be worse for the industry. Competition is absolutely required. I feel like we see that. I feel like we see the beginnings of that problem. This is probably faster, isn't it? I feel like we see the beginnings of that problem with Nintendo, in that Nintendo gets to do their own thing and not really compete in the same space. And as a result, they kind of just do whatever they want. Alright, let's go take on Lost Number. $36, $10, $59, $97. First try. Absolutely perfect. Now to ruin it all by dying to Lost Number. Yeah, I was really nervous there. Really nervous there. Especially as it was like, okay, I got the first three perfect. Am I going to fuck up the last one? Because if I don't, this will be great. But if I do, then I'll look like a chump. So, probably worth explaining. I feel like we all know about this fight. I feel like we all know about Final Fantasy VII generally. But probably worth explaining for anybody who might not. Lost Number has a gimmick in that it has two halves. You've got the left half and the right half. One is physical based, one is magical based. After you deplete its health a certain amount, whatever you use to deplete its health, it will resort to the opposite. So I'm using magic here, because once we hit that halfway point, it will be weak to physical. Which is also why I'm saving the limit breaks. Yeah, once it hits half, once it hits that point, both halves become the same. Physical is purple, red is magic. Yeah, but that would require me to equip a summon. I ain't got the materia space for that. And the second option would require me to have Aerith in the party, and we've decided to make this a Cloud Barret Tifa run. We had Aerith in the party for the new threat mod. Really? I thought you were criticizing my playing skills again. It is worth noting, actually. There we go. So now it is primarily focused on magic. So it's going to do magic attacks more than physical, but it's also going to be like really weak to physical attack. It's worth noting my concern going into this, as we started, was that boss number is a boss you're intended to fight later in the game. It's a tricky fight fighting it this early. It's one of those things, Ninja, of like, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to somebody who's playing this for the first time. But I have done this enough that I know how to do it. It can be a little nerve-wracking if you take it on at this point. But, like, if you know how to, and you're prepared to deal with it, like, it's very doable. Thank you. It's kind of like fighting the book in FF9. There are 2 opportunities you get to do it. The intended point is to do it the second time in Disc 3. But it is very possible to do it in Disc 2. Really want Blade Beam. I mean, the alternative to that would be, because you can have barrier materia by this point. Motherfucker. You can have barrier materia by this point, so you could reasonably have M barrier and try and keep that up. Awkward as it'd be. No, I'm pretty sure we saw it previously in Gongaga. Earn your fucking scales. Because we also picked up haste in Gongaga. And I know I have previously... Oh, you're right? I know I've previously been under the impression that you couldn't get haste until Rocket Town. What'd I do? Who are we naming Vincent? Time, heal, and transform. Yeah. Heal, not bad, but I didn't want to pick it up. Mystify, don't care. Transform, worthless. But one of the reasons I like FF7, and I've made this point in other RPGs like 6 and 9 in particular, is FF7 isn't that bad with status effects. So Essener is probably like the least necessary in this game. Who am I naming Vincent? Let me get rid of this. Unpick. Unpick. Perfect. Have we had Min? Have we had Teep? I'm actually kind of disappointed that I forgot I was intending to name Sid after Ali. And I ended up naming Yuffie. Itig Sen. What? Now please leave. Anyway. Every time. Like, it's honestly absurd the regularity that I can hit that miss with. Like, that specific miss. That's right. A battle. Ah. You've gotten that far. The point where Isamu becomes a pseudo-fiend. The craziest thing about this, and I don't think I noticed it until I was streaming it with you, Clem. You didn't bring it up, I just didn't notice it until that point. When Sephiroth goes through the library in the flashback, he piles the books up as he's reading them. But then when Cloud comes down here and Sephiroth has gone insane, the books are all back on the shelves. So why... The idea here is like, oh, it looks like the place hasn't been touched since Sephiroth did that. Sephiroth put all the books back on the shelves. Why are they all out again? I'm gonna reunite my sword with your torso. Nothing if not considered. Not lying where the pile should be. That motherfucker just throws materia at me like a dick. Not even good materia. Dude, are you coming or not? Yeah, it was on the ground. Vincenzo. Artenzo. Ninja. Ninjenzo. Yeah, that's a fucking stupid name. I'm Chrono. That timeout Danny's asking for? I'll leave that up to one of my mods to decide. Gave birth? I thought he was born from Genova. Good work, Clem. I was about to time it out for 20 seconds. He was born from a beautiful lady. That lady was Lucretia. Beautiful Lucretia. She secreted Sephiroth from her vagina. Well, Ninjenzo has gone back to sleep. Like a coward. Could have pushed down the stairs. Oh, God, that is not a comment I expected from Ali. There we go. Yep, that worked out. And as he is known for, Klim ran away. Oh yeah, that's a fair point. Like, if you never saw it, Ninja, during the new threat mod, there was a boss that was that, but it was modded to be half Cloud, half Sephiroth. Ninjenzo front flips onto the scene. It was actually kind of fascinating. Like, I am super glad that I did go through all of New Threat. It was really interesting to do. I probably won't do it again, but like, it was really interesting. Blah, 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 blah. Oh no. Ah, shit. God damn it, Klimbo. God damn it, Klimbo. It's okay. I'm okay. I'm gonna have to buy some more Phoenix. Yeah, it's part of the reason why I'm not gonna say, like, Ninja, check out the new threat playthrough, because you wouldn't really know all the differences and all the neat stuff about it. Honestly, I should have really taken into account that the mirrors would probably reflect. In hindsight, it sounds so obvious. I can understand that. I think Mount Nibble probably gets a little harder than this. But I can absolutely understand that opinion, Squall. Hey, welcome on in, Thomas. Alright, definitely get some Phoenix Downs. And rest at the inn. And then go and absolutely embarrass Materia Keeper, proving to Klim once and for all that it's not a difficult boss. That's probably enough. Weapon shop. It's a fucking lie. Nice to lie. Tattoo with the number 12. He also has painted on abs. What a weird thing. Yes. Yes, I have. Numerous times. He's just trying over and over and crits the hell out of you. Does it? Yeah, definitely. Let's visit the inn before we hit Mount Nibble. Give me a room. Several times. At least twice. I mean, probably, Danny, because it's a stupid joke, because it's Nibble. I'll nibble on them teats. Listen, Clem gets what Clem's comfortable with. Okay? Speaking of Clem, have we decided what our next co-op venture is going to be? I should do Mass Effect now. Or Dragon Age. One of the two. Punch it. Oh no, we did call it. Yeah, we did discuss the co-op thing. Diablo 3. My PS Plus ran out. Fortunately, I happened to be on my PS5 a few weeks ago and noticed it just in time for Black Friday. So I got a year subscription on sale. Specifically so we can do Diablo 3. Thank you, Teak. Yeah, I literally only renewed it for the sake of the possibility of doing Diablo 3 with Clem next year. Which should be fun. And because we'll be doing it on PS4, I don't have the Necromancer there, so I will have to play a different class. Which could be interesting, actually, if we both decided to do melee classes. There we go. That should work. Yeah. Because the issue you run into with Diablo 3 is if you're playing it co-op and one person is playing as a ranged class while someone else is playing as a melee class, your melee class does not get to do a damn thing, because everything will be dead by the time your melee class gets to the enemies. I just want Blade Beam, okay? Give me Blade Beam. Yeah, I was thinking about, like, the Crusader. Like, we'll discuss it properly at a later point, but, like, that could work. That could be fun. And of course, there is, the long-awaited RE6 stream that we could do next year. And by we, I mean several of us. Because as has long been the intention, I'll be streaming each campaign of that with a different partner. What's up, Teak? The only one that's set in stone is, I'm doing Chris and Piers with Clem. Everything else I'm not sure with, because there's a bunch of people who have said they're interested in joining me for various campaigns. Plus Barrette, which I think is a Red 13 weapon. Yes, it is. Which one? The final fight of the Chris and Piers campaign? Because, honestly, all of the final fights are just awful. They all take far too long. I don't know, because, like, I could do Ada's campaign solo, but it's also the worst campaign. I feel like I would absolutely want somebody to be there with me. To help me just, like, deal with that nonsense. But it's gonna have to be somebody who would be okay with doing, like, nothing for a majority of it. I'm not sure. Like I say, the only one that's set in stone is Clem with Chris and Piers. God damn it, Clembo. Am I describing Ninja? I don't know, man, like, if you can pull off prettier than Clem, like, go for it, don't hold yourself back. Yeah. battle. No, the sorcerer's power is in his hair, like the wig that he wears. Because he shaved his beard off for Halloween. I don't know who that is, Clem, but do you mean, like, right now? Are you leaving Final Fantasy VII? Go and do something else? Big Final Fantasy VII fan. Despicable. And here Ninja is, ready to sit down and watch this entire 8-hour stream. Not good enough. You know what, Clem? I'll fight Materia Keeper for you first, though. You know, because I'm such a cool dude. How soon do you have to go? Is it right now? Is it in like an hour? In the next 10 minutes, alright. Fucking do it. What are we looking at? There. 6 minutes. Oh, one of us will be dead in 6 minutes. I do really appreciate that Final Fantasy VII keeps... Because, like, it's the same thing as when I previously said I prefer the battle interface of FF7 to the more minimalized interface of 8. I really appreciate that when you target an enemy that you've used sense on in this game, it will give you the health count that you've already scanned. Like, that's a really good idea. Oh, that's fair enough, Clem. Like, you never have to give excuse for real life things. It's definitely something I don't like in FF8. That if you want to keep an eye on enemy health, you have to keep casting scan. Big horn. Me so horny. That's a good question, Ninja. This motherfucker's over here curing himself. Honestly, like, 2 has a lot of issues. But I think, like, my least favorite is probably 4. Really? Why 1? Kind of bland. Yeah. I can appreciate the simplistic charm of it. Although, giving it a shot for stream earlier this year has left me with the thought of, like, what if it's not that good for stream? Like, I enjoy playing it in my own time, but, like, what if it's not really that good for stream? And that's why I beat Materia Keeper. But Final Fantasy II, Final Fantasy II has a lot of issues. I've heard that the Pixel Remaster version does actually rebalance it properly. Fucking counter-attack. And if that is the case, then, like, I will be very interested in seeing how that goes. Because there is a bunch of cool ideas in 2, and it's where the story idea of FF really started. I hope you appreciated that, Clem. You take care of yourself, buddy, and we'll catch you later. Alright, let's go do the other stuff in Mount Nibble. Shit. Yeah. I've still not finished 12, and at this point it is absolutely looking like that's going to be a thing I do on stream. I like 1. I like a lot of what 3 does, though by the end game it does become really tedious. I don't really like 4. 5 I think is fantastic. 6 I think is really strong. 7 is absolutely my favourite. 8 has problems, but I also have like a bunch of nostalgia for it. 9 is a solid game. I do really like 10. 13's grown on me in a few ways. Like, I don't hate it as much as I used to, and I like the battle system. $14 was fantastic. I'm just never going to go back to it. 15 has a good start, but ultimately becomes like really disappointing. I think if you go into 13 knowing what it is, like, part of the problem, I think, going into 13 to begin with, was hoping for a game like previous Final Fantasies in some way. But, it's like I really decided going through 13 again for the stream a few years ago. I think if you go into it with the thought of it not being like a standard JRPG, being more of a dungeon crawler, like, I think it fares better in that regard. Ultimately, I think, like, beyond the gameplay and how there's no downtime, I think that's the big problem with it. People complain about it being linear, but the linearity isn't the problem. 10's very linear. 13 just doesn't have any downtime. You're constantly just running through what are essentially dungeons. Hence why I refer to it as being more of a dungeon crawler than it. I think the biggest problem is the story spends so much time not being engaging, and the world building is done entirely through the data log. Which I think is a mistake. They have all these details about the world that they've written for you to read in this data log off to the side. And it's a really bad way of doing world building, and ultimately none of it matters anyway. And I think a good comparison of it would be something like Mass Effect. Mass Effect or Dragon Age, both of which have the Codex, which give you like all these details about the world the game takes place in. None of which is actually required, because just playing the game standard will give you enough detail to understand what is going on. That's the thing, I think reading lore is great. Depending on how it's done. Like, if I'm playing Metroid Prime, I'm absolutely down to sit down and read the scan logs as they come up. Because there's not a lot about them. Like, they come up, you read them, and it's like a couple of paragraphs, if that. Like, at most. For anything that you come across. The problem, I think, with Final Fantasy 13 in doing that the way it does is that it's not a couple of paragraphs. It's usually multiple entries at a time that can go on for a couple of pages. And that's their entire method of world building. Yeah, I can... Jesus fucking Christ, move quicker, people. I can kind of understand that, like, lore and background details as collectibles, I think is a very hit or miss thing. But yeah, ultimately, Final Fantasy XIII's biggest problem is it presents you with this world and does zero, like nothing to explain it in an organic way. And it becomes really frustrating. And really boring and tedious. And so when we did the Final Fantasy XIII stream, I read none of the data logs. For a couple of reasons. Like, one, because reading all of it would slow the playthrough down so goddamn much. Great, everybody is stopped. And two, like, it shouldn't be required that to have a basic understanding of the world, you need to have all of this extra stuff to read. It's a failing of Final Fantasy XIII in that regard, in the same way that Final Fantasy XV having all of this extra material outside of the game to, like, it's required to understand the story is a failing. Mental. There's a chest in here. There it is. So I think if you're into the battle system... Like, wait a second. Why are we talking about Ninja possibly playing 13? Ninja wouldn't play Final Fantasy 13. And that was your mistake, Ninja. God damn it. Got to Sid and quit. Yeah, the Sid boss, like, to be fair, the Sid boss is quite far. And the Sid boss is kind of a barrier. I'm not going to disagree with that. Well, that's the thing, there's only so much grinding you can do in Final Fantasy 13. 13 places hard level caps. Jesus fucking Christ. Thirteen places hard level limits on you. Because levels themselves don't really matter, it's all about the Crystarium. And the Crystarium has tiers. And it only unlocks new tiers at certain story points. And there's a limit to how strong you can ever be at any given moment. So, like, if you remember when we did the 13 stream, once we got to Grand Pulse, I did a lot of grinding off-stream, and I got all of the characters to the highest point they could be at that point in the game. And stuff like the behemoth fights were still a real challenge. Like, there's only so much you can do and the game will prevent you from doing more than that. Like, there are positive points about... There are positive points about 13. Things that I do like about 13. And it is why I'm interested in eventually doing 13.2 playthrough, because I've still not really done 13.2. And I've heard 13.2 does improve on the game, on the gameplay. Because I quite like the 13 battle system. Like, once it really gets going and you have all the options at your disposal, it's really good. There we go. How you doing, Ben? Yeah, the final tier doesn't lock until post-game. And everything in that final tier costs so much to unlock. Like, it's just unreasonable. And I don't think the game offers anything worth doing in post-game. Yeah, I do look forward to doing 13 soon. Possibly skill issue, but you've also got to account for the way 13's battle system works. Sometimes it will just screw you over. And part of that has to do with how if the party leader dies, that's a game over. But in no way does the game really support being able to deal with that. So, like, you've got other games that came out before Final Fantasy 13 that had something like that. Like, let's take Persona 4 as an example, where if your main character dies, because it's a common thing, or it used to be a common thing in the Shin Megami Tensei series, if the main character dies, that's a game over. And Persona 4 has a pretty neat way of dealing with that. If you're about to take a hit, like once you get the social links up, certain level, if you are about to take a hit that is going to kill you, there's a good chance of your one of your party members knocking you out of the way and taking that hit for themselves. Which is a good idea, and it also like boosts the value of the social link system. And 13 doesn't have anything really to deal with it. If an enemy decides to just focus on you before you can really do anything to heal, or before your AI decides to heal you if the AI is set as the healer, and you're just kind of fucked. Through no fault of your own. Yeah, there is also that, like, needing money for a lot of stuff when you don't really get money that much. The weapon upgrade system is not well explained at all. Which is another issue. I don't know, like, you could describe it that way, Ninja, but I think as much leeway as I give Final Fantasy 13, and I give Final Fantasy 13 quite a bit of leeway, like, there are points where it's just straight up badly designed. Where its design negatively affects the gameplay experience. So, like, you can say, oh yeah, leave it to somebody who's more accomplished with this kind of game, somebody who does that kind of thing more often. The professionals, as you put it. And even the professionals will run into the same kind of trouble you had at points in the game. Yeah. The game takes so long to really get going to the point where that you want to be playing it. Like, I remember straight up saying as we were going into the 13 stream, the battle system is going to be so boring for the first two chapters. Because for the first two chapters, you don't even have the paradigm system in any sense. So all you can really do is press auto battle for 2 full chapters of battles. And it's such a stupid idea. But, like, speaking of the Cid fight, I think Cid was one of the points where I stopped. My original playthrough years ago took me a very long time because I kept stopping at certain points when I just was not enjoying the game. And I'm pretty sure Cid was one of those points. And, like, I'd leave it for months and then eventually come back and push a little further. And I'm pretty sure Cid was one of those points. Bartandalus was one of those points. The first Bartandalus fight. Grand Pulse would have absolutely been one of those points. Making it to Cid is absolutely impressive, especially when you are noted as not being really into JRPGs. Like, even getting to Cid requires you to have beaten the first Bartandalus fight, which I think is one of the worst fights of the game. Like, definitely don't sell yourself short on that. Yeah, all of the Eidolon fights having that. Like, that absolutely becomes a real frustration. It's like, we're gonna throw a riddle at you, and if you can't figure out the riddle and make the bar go, like, apply that riddle answer enough to make this bar fill up before this timer runs out, that's a death. Is absolutely stupid design. Like, there's a lot of things that work against Final Fantasy 13 and really do make it, like, such a difficult recommendation. And, like, ultimately, I ended up pushing through 13 myself because I'd heard 13.2 was so much better, but I wanted to understand everything that was going on in 13.2. I was like, I'd better play 13 then. It's the best way for me to properly understand. Like, understanding the characters, their motivations, have all the emotional context that would be required for it. On the context, and it is absolutely better that way. You motherfucker. I ended up playing Mass Effect 2 first, because I was on PS3 and there was no Mass Effect option. And there was never a belief that Mass Effect 1 would end up on PS3. So I ended up playing 2, 3, then 1. And we had the Genesis interactive comic to try and make up for that, which it helped. But like a 5-minute comic doesn't give you the same experience as like a 30-40 hour RPG. It's the easiest way to have Rex survive. Because the way you save Rex in the comic just comes down to a choice of whether or not you kill him. That's it. You're literally just given the choice. Of course you do. Because it's such a difficult thing to avoid if you're not specifically trying to set up for it. It's like, a lot of my playthroughs of Mass Effect 2 end with either Miranda or Jack dead. Because when they get into the argument later in the game, it's really hard to have enough Paragon or Renegade skill if you haven't been focusing entirely on one. It's gonna be a while before we're done, Danny. We got a lot of stuff to catch up on because we've missed a full week and a half of stream. I was hoping I'd kill another one. There we go. Good luck. I'll just learn Blade Beam. We've had Blade Beam this entire goddamn time. God damn it. Yeah, I always have trouble getting Miranda and Jack to survive. Miranda really just wants to be the star of the show during the suicide mission is what it is. Like, she sets up every point where you have to pick a specific party member as something that she'll be very good at. And it's like, at no point do I ever put her in charge of any of those sequences. Will be the last to die. And it's like, what are the three sequences? Like, it's a leader. Like, you need somebody to lead the team, and it's like, okay, Garrus, absolutely. You need somebody who's capable with tech. It's like, okay, Kasumi. You need a strong biotic. It's like, okay, Samara. All these people who have it as their focus, rather than Miranda, who's trying to be a jack of all trades. That's a rocket. Not yet. Not until disc 2. I mean, I'm gonna try and make it not be a long time, but we'll see how long it takes. Yeah, why not? Alright, we'll be here, Ninja. Work out the way I want this set up so it can all be ruined when we go over to Wutai. Yeah, that'll do. Surprised all the prices of the inns has been like consistently 100 gil. Usually when you move between 3 towns, it's like 50, 100, then 200. Eventually end up at like 1,000 gil for the shittiest hovel you can find. I feel like Gongaga was more expensive. And like one of the beds in Gongaga, I think, is like literally just a couch. Oh, there's barrier. I should get that. And get another time as well. Having more haste isn't a bad idea. There we go. We can level those up. Now let's go to the rocket. Oh goddamn! I do have to go into Sid's house first. Oh well. Oh. Nah. This is cool. It's kind of funny, like, they refer to Sid as Captain, so they can talk about him before you get to name him. But then, like, after you name him, he's almost never referred to as Captain ever again. Like, there's a couple of points where he's called that again, but, like, very rarely. Like, I don't think Scherer ever calls him Captain again after you give him a name. Alright. There we go. There it is. That's theme. Everybody calls me Captain, though. It's like, no, they fucking don't. We'll just pretend that Yuffie doesn't really exist. But also, like, when Klim comes back, we're not going to say anything and, like, let him think that we named this after him. It'll be funny that way. But this, I guess this ends up being the second Final Fantasy VII playthrough we've done where there are two characters who end up inadvertently being named after Ali. Both times because I'm an idiot. Name Yuffie Ghost. I did that, and then like a minute later was like, oh shit, I said I'd name Sid after you. Ninja, you've been in more playthroughs than she has. I don't think Ali was in the FF6 playthrough. You were. You remember we left you on the airship when we raided Kefka's tower to play poker with the monkey with Umaro. I took the mime and I left Ninja on the ship. We're at sea, but we also need somebody to stay on the ship and watch over the Yeti that we found in the mines. Ninja, that's going to be you. I am looking forward to playing Rebirth next year. It's like the real question we have is like, did they tone down the domestic violence undertones for Sid in the remake? Like, that's what we want to know. Well, they're all going to be on PC next year. They've announced FF7 Rebirth's coming to PC now, and I think a bunch of places have discounts for it if you pre-order it. And Spider-Man 2 has been announced to come to PC. I don't think I'm going to buy either of them on PC. Not anytime soon. I'm fine enough just streaming them from PS5. With Spider-Man, I still need to stream The City That Never Sleeps and Miles Morales before I do 2. Who the fuck's still in there? You stupid little... I want your best suggestions for what this censored swear is. I'll leave this screen here while I grab a fresh one. I don't know, I feel like based on the way Sid was talking to her earlier, he wouldn't call her a whore. Bitch maybe, not whore. I think bitch is probably the most likely. But they don't censor shit. You're gonna die! I don't mind. What character in 15 or which character? Was it Cindy? Who I still maintain should have been called Sydney? Like, oh yeah, here's Sid, and here's his granddaughter, Cindy. It's like, it should have been Sydney. Oh, Iris? I feel like, given that the engine's fired and like let out enough energy to actually start propelling the rocket, if Shera was in a position where she would have died if the rocket took off, she definitely just died. And then it fades into the modern day, and it's like, they built the town around the rocket. And it's like, oh, the rocket's tilting and it's falling, like it tilts more and more every day. One day it's gonna fall and crush the town. It's like, maybe you shouldn't have built the town under the rocket. Because it looks like the rocket was there first. Alex and his best friend Palmer. This whole plan that Shinra has is like, oh, we need to take the tiny Bronco so we can chase Sephiroth because we have nothing else that can fly. And the whole plan they have for it is to send Palmer in to steal it. Like, Palmer. You have an army. You send a couple of guys with guns in there and take it by force. It's one of the weirdest setups with this. They're like, oh, the airship isn't working for whatever reason, and the Gelnica isn't working for whatever reason. We have no capable method of air travel at the moment, so we need to basically just steal this tiny plane. What the fuck? What an odd odd plot line. Well, when you stream this game multiple times, it's the kind of thing that you start thinking about. We're missing this guy so much. How do you miss a man that fat? It's one of those things, like, you'll probably feel it in regards to a bunch of other games, like games you stream a lot, Ali. Like RE1, like, when you've done it so often that you just start thinking of all the smaller details that just pass you by on irregular playthroughs. Like how Barry straight up pulls a gun on Jill, and then Jill's just like, yeah, no, that's fine, and gives him the gun back and doesn't bring it up, and he's then surprised when he pulls the gun on her again later because she's a moron. Well, the thing with Sherry in that regard is, like, the G-embryo wouldn't burst out of her chest. Because the G-embryo only does that with hosts that don't match the DNA of the previous host. So, it wouldn't burst out of Sherry's chest, it would mutate her. We don't know what into, because they never showed that happening with anybody. But it would turn her into a monster. So if anything, it's more dangerous than what you're suggesting, Ninja. Of course, Claire's whole mind at that point is, I'm on my way right now to cure Sheriff, like to get the vaccine for Sheriff, which will solve the problem. That's a good ending. Well, get on. It won't stop. It's not moving. There is one mod I saw a playthrough of. I can't remember what it was. But it ends with Sherry essentially turning into a monster. It was an episodic mod. I can't remember what it was called. I didn't play it myself, it looked like bullshit. Like, the difficulty looked like absolute bullshit, but I remember seeing somebody play it. Is it Mortal Knight? Yeah, enemy balancing and that kind of thing is really difficult. It's why I tend to stay away from mods like that and ROM hacks and such. Because actually competent enemy balancing without being bullshit is really difficult to do. Yeah. It's one of those things, though, of like, there's a bunch of Castlevania ROM hacks I've got that are supposed to be really interesting. And we'll probably end up looking at the Castlevania next year. Like, making sure to find ones that aren't just designed to be bullshit. It's a big part of the reason why I've never really bothered with any of the ROM hacks for Metroid games. Stuff like Super Metroid, or there's a few mods, there's a few ROM hacks for Metroid Zero Mission that sounded kind of interesting. I mean, if you want to find out, Danny, you can play the game yourself, or you can continue watching the stream. And we won't spoil it for you. I'm here to rob you. She's here to rob us, get her! There are 3 fitting. But anyway, now we're locked into doing this. There's part of the game that's, like, entirely optional, and I don't particularly enjoy, but I don't actually ever do a playthrough without doing this. It's also really kind of bullshit that they rob you of your, like, all of your materia here, and the first enemies they throw you up against can and will inflict darkness on you. Which, for those who don't know, reduces your accuracy. When all we can do now because of this is physical attack. maximum of 30 materia. How likely are you to actually have more than 30 materia at this point? Yep, nothing there. Anyway, now we're locked into this. Up to the diamond weapon. I know you can do it up, like, during disc 2. I didn't know it was specifically up to diamond weapon. That's fair enough. Knew I'd gone the wrong way. So I think ultimately the big problem with this entire side quest is it removes any strategy from the battles. There's not a whole lot you can do because you have no materia. All you're left with is the option to do regular attacks. And so again, it becomes the same problem I have with stuff like the Dine fight, where they've just reduced the number of things you're capable of doing in battle, which makes the battles less interesting. Like playing Pokemon. Hammer blow. Compensate for the lack of materia, though, there's a lot of enemies around here that drop items. Because you can't heal with materia here. So, like, most of the enemies drop, like, good healing items. What the fuck am I? There it is. And now we finally get to see Blade Beam. Good attack. God damn. Alright. This should make things a little more bearable. Dream-wise, I'd like to get to the end of Disc 1, but it isn't honestly that likely. Get the fucking enemies. Like X potions. X potions are good. Like good items for this. Yeah, really, it's like, because we need to make up as much time as possible because we couldn't stream over the last week. Also because like being shit and my work schedule was shit. So like, go as long as we can. Try and get through as much as we can. But I also don't want to cut corners. Like, we could have just skipped this entire thing. And skipping the Wu-Tai side quest, I feel confident I could get to the end of Disc 1 today. But I feel like I should be doing it all the way through. Like, particularly with it being like, oh yeah, these are the games that made me on PlayStation. Like, show off all of it. Or all of it worth showing off. I mean, sometimes we do. It depends on the game. Yeah, you didn't think I'd actually do it. But I made the point, I explained why I wasn't going to do it all the way through, and then I showed you why I wasn't going to do it all the way through. And like, it is the thing that I keep saying, of like, a bad game in and of itself isn't something that I'm entirely against. The problem is when the game is boring. And it's why I had no interest in doing Bubsy 3D very far. It's why I ended up quitting the Sinking City, because it was boring. The back and forth of it was really tedious. The combat was just not good. Like, ultimately, I was just really not enjoying it, and it was so disappointing because I was really looking forward to playing it. And like, especially after, because there were two Cthulhu games, or Cthulhu-inspired games that came out around a similar time frame. There was Call of Cthulhu, and there was The Sinking City. And Call of Cthulhu got mixed reviews. I remember that being like very mixed bag in terms of reaction. I played Call of Cthulhu, and I really quite enjoyed it. And the Sinking City reviewed better. I was like, oh, I'm quite interested in this. And it really just did not stick the landing at all. That's a good question. Probably get it started next year. I remember I intended to start to do Onimusha 1 at least a couple of years ago. I was planning to do it, and then my buddy Jesse was like, "Here, I'll buy it for you on PC," and he just bought it for me on PC. I was like, I was planning to do the Xbox version, Genma Onimusha, but now that this is here... Yeah, probably next year. I do really want to do it, though. I do really like Onimusha, especially Onimusha 3. I'm surprised it's taken this long, but I'm genuinely really glad that Capcom is looking to revitalize some of its other series that it's been neglected. It's like, oh, Onimusha and Okami. Like, cool. At the very least, those are interesting announcements. There'll be people who are like, oh, I wish they'd announced Resident Evil 9 or Code Veronica remake. And it's like, that would be so much less interesting. Like, another installment or another remake in a franchise that has been so oversaturated in the last 5-10 years. I do, yeah. I do think it gives hope for Dino Crisis. I'm a big critic of Dino Crisis 1, but if Capcom was to announce any remake of any game they've ever made, I'd be most interested in being Dino Crisis 1. Like, I think, more than anything else, like, there was a thing Shinji Mikami said recently that was posted in one of the Discords. I can't remember whose Discord it is, it might have been mine. And Shinji Mikami said he doesn't expect to see another Dino Crisis anytime soon because Monster Hunter fills that space. And I feel like that's absolutely missing the point of it. Because people who go for Dino Crisis and people who go for Monster Hunter are going for two very different things. Just because they both have dinosaurs doesn't sell that point. Particularly because Monster Hunter is like all about the grinding and the harvesting and hunting down specific animals and such. Whereas Dino Crisis is all about dinosaurs as a vehicle for horror. I've tried to, and I've never really gotten into Monster Hunter. Yeah, I've never really gotten into Monster Hunter or any Monster Hunter clones, with one exception, and that was Freedom Wars on the Vita. Which is getting remastered and getting a wider release, a broader release now, which I'm quite interested in. Because I did like Freedom Wars, it was quite fun. But aside from that, I've never really gotten into the Monster Hunter style of anything. At some point, like, I keep wanting to really sit down and try and push myself into Monster Hunter World, which is supposed to be really good, and it's just not happened yet. But, like, Dino Crisis and Monster Hunter are two very different ideas. Just because they both have dinosaurs, like, doesn't really matter. I have played Shadows of the Damned. I never finished it. But it is a game that I do want to stream at some point. It's backwards compatible on Xbox, and I have it on my Xbox. You will probably have seen it on one of those streams where I've just been scrolling through the list of games I have on my Xbox. Yeah, I'd say so. It's enjoyable enough. There we go. I feel like with a lot of games like that, if you're interested in them, the best way to pick them up and play them is absolutely to just have an Xbox. It's backwards compatible, they're on there. It's that whole generation, like stuff like Shadows of the Damned, Fear, Condemned, that whole era of gaming. And it's just more easily accessible on original Xbox. Not on original Xbox, but on Xbox One or Xbox Series. Because you can just put them in and they'll work. Whereas on PC, it's like, oh, Fear is much better played on PC. And yeah, it probably is. But the hoops you have to jump through to get it to work. Or Max Payne. Max Payne's a really good example. Max Payne is great, absolutely fantastic, but getting it set up and working on a modern PC is a little bit of a pain, whereas on Xbox, you can just buy it and play it, and it's there and it works. There's that. And that, like the 7th generation in particular, more than anything else, the generation that's like more difficult to emulate, there it is, than the previous generation, and it's not quite as optimized on PC. Like having Xbox there, just having it work out of the box is so convenient. Yeah, Max Payne is a great time. Absolutely agree. Particularly for that whole generation of gaming, and to a lesser extent, the previous generation, the original Xbox generation, I really appreciate Xbox's backwards compatibility for just being a simple setup. I think if you've got the money to spare for it, and you can find one for a reasonable enough price, it is worth picking up an Xbox if you're after playing that generation of game. And there's so much available on Xbox backwards compatibility. So many good things. I absolutely want to go back and do Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb next year. And that might be on Xbox One. And particularly as somebody who prefers playing with a controller, it's also really good as well. I saw the launch trailer for it. I was kind of interested in it. And I watched the launch trailer. And, like, the whole idea I'd heard of it being basically entirely in first person was really kind of curious. So I was kind of curious and interested about it. And I watched the launch trailer, and it killed a lot of my interest. And I feel like a big part of the reason for that was that the voice of Indiana Jones, like, Indiana Jones is Harrison Ford. There's not really any getting away with that. Like, any getting away from that. You can have James Bond, and you can have somebody else play James Bond and make your own video game version of James Bond, and it doesn't matter because there's been multiple James. Indiana Jones is Harrison Ford. And so I'm watching the trailer, and I'm listening to it, and it's like, that's Troy Baker. That's Troy Baker doing his blandest, most generic Indiana Jones. No, it's Troy Baker doing his most blandest, most generic Troy Baker voice for Indiana Jones. It doesn't even sound like Indiana Jones. And I'm like, I want to deal with a whole game of that. And, like, yeah, that's petty, but it's also going to be an expensive game. And so, at least for the minute, that has killed a bunch of my interest in it. See, it's the thing of, like, I've admitted in the past, as much as I dislike Troy Baker as a performer, he has talent. And I feel like he probably could do a reasonable Harrison Ford. But the trailer just sounds like Troy Baker. And I'm not really all that interested in listening to Troy Baker be Troy Baker. And like I say, you can say that's petty and, like, not really a good reason to not pick it up. And it's like, at this point, I don't need a reason to not pick up a game. I have so many video games to play in my own time and on stream that any reason why I might not want to pick up a game is absolutely more than enough. Mhm. I hope Raps doesn't cause me too much trouble. Yeah, I remember having that issue with Bayonetta 3. When somebody just feels so inexorably tied to a character. The fascinating thing, though, what I played of Bayonetta 3, is there's a lot of time where Jennifer Hale does get quite close. Yeah, that's my big concern, Bane. Particularly with no materia set up, Raps can absolutely be an issue. But ultimately, like, the main thing that lets me not really playing much of Bayonetta 3 was that I just wasn't really enjoying the game. And it is a game I want to go back to and give another shot, and that's probably going to end up being during the history of stylish action. Which, God, if I don't do that next year, I need to stop talking about it. Because I've been talking about it for years at this point. A big part of my thing of like, maybe we won't get to it next year, is really just because like I want to do Castlevania next year, and like that'll be a dedicated day, and I'd like for that to go through the whole year, and I also do want to do the specific Super Nintendo day. And I don't know how I'm going to swing doing both of those. And then add that on top of, like, potential co-op plays, this Baldur's Gate playthrough that I'm supposed to be doing with Teak, which I'm still not even sure if I'm going to end up streaming, or if it'll be a private thing. And with how inconsistent my work schedule is. That's really it more than anything else. Like, do what I can, and there's a lot of stuff I just want to. So, like, of all the stuff that I want to do next year, all these ideas, the one in particular that I'm like, we're absolutely doing, is Castlevania. There's been such a lack of Castlevania this year, because there are only 2 Castlevania games on PlayStation. We need to make up for that, because Clem's not gonna fucking stream them. This motherfucker. How you doing, Clem? Ah, shit. Two's not enough, Clint. Yep, that's not survivable. Yeah, I also absolutely hate that. Like, since I got my PC, when I was back on my laptop, I would set streams into theater mode to make the video bigger. Since I got my PC and my monitor, which is a nice size, I haven't been doing that because the screen's big enough as it is. Yesterday, watching streams, I was like, this is awful, I hate it. I started going into theater mode again for it because I feel like the offset now of moving the stream video down is just distracting enough that I don't like it. So I've just started going into theater mode again with it. The new one or the old ones? I did. I did end up picking it up and playing it, and it didn't really grab me all that much. No, but it might be a thing of like, maybe Terminator really clicked with me because I was doing it on stream. So I've kind of just stopped with it, and the plan is to like go at it again on stream. Like maybe it'll hit me more there. Like it's fine. Thank you, Quinn. It's fine in a bunch of games. Thank you, Ghost. In a bunch of ways, it is probably mechanically better than Terminator Resistance. One thing I really don't like off the bat is how there are stat checks for certain things. So like, there's a bunch of things you can't do. Like even going through the first hub sequence, there's a bunch of things that's like, oh, you need this level of this to interact with this, and I'm like, I don't like that. That feels really off-putting immediately. Like, maybe it is something I'll enjoy more on stream. That said, the other thing I definitely want to be doing next year, like, there's the two things I really want to make sure I do next year. Castlevania and the DLC stuff. It's like the DLC for games that I've beaten on stream but haven't done the DLCs for. So, like, Shadows of Rose, The City Never Sleeps Annihilation line for Terminator Resistance. I look forward to playing more Terminator Resistance, because I really fucking enjoyed that. It was such a fun game. Separate Ways, yeah. Yes. Yes, it has. You say that, Ninja, and thinking about it, I think it is actually the exact same sound they use later on when somebody is tuning a radio. Like, on the submarine. It does actually genuinely irritate me that she doesn't put the materia back where it was. It's like the materia setup I have is an ongoing thing. I build on it from the start of the game as we go through. And it's all removed for this whole sequence, this whole side quest. And then she puts it back and it's all just messed up. And so I have to try and remember everything I had as I had it. So we had restore on there. Counter attack was up here. You didn't have fire on all, you had time on all. You're missing an ice. That feels right. I think that's good. No, I didn't have cure all with you. Right. Yeah, it's fine. I didn't have, I'm pretty sure I didn't have haste all on 2 characters, but it's fine. We can use it. And then we'll just build on this as we go. Alright. Yeah, I'll buy that as well. Alright. You can have long range. You can have cover paired with counter. I don't think that actually does anything, but cover and counter is a decent combination generally anyway. It's like, hey, you've only got 1 counter attack. Why don't you give that person cover as well? Because I'm smart. Anyway. I'm you fool. I'll miss finding out who we're gonna date. You know I know exactly where the keystone is. No, everybody sleeps at the hotel, Ninja. See you later, Clem. Yeah, with Castlevania, though, it's mostly been kind of a joke. Me, like, telling Clem he needs to stream more Castlevania. And I say, like, the same thing to Ali as well, like, you know, stream Castlevania. Well, I do want to just play more Castlevania. It's a fun stuff. Must have been nice to have a bed. No, you stream plenty of Castlevania too. I mostly do it to Clem to, like, irritate him a little bit. And then Clem's like, oh, I streamed 4 Castlevania games, and like, you played, like, 1 level of 2 of those. Ah, shit. It's only been 4 hours, Danny. Well, I need to take off lightning from Elemental. Yeah, throw fire on it. There we go. Yeah, that Metal Gear Solid 2 plant stream, that was a mistake. It ended up being, like, I think just about 8 hours. The single session Ocarina of Time stream that was 9 hours. Sometimes it's just gotta be that way. Every now and then, though, like, I think back to when I was starting out. Yeah, the 12-hour Arkham Knight stream. It was closer to 13 hours, I think. Like, it was intended to be 12 hours, but I think it ended up being closer to 13. Yeah, I remember when I was starting out, when I was still fairly new to streaming, and I had, like, a time limit I set for myself. Of, like, we're gonna go for, like, 3 hours. And I did Dark Souls Remastered as my first stream. Final Fantasy VII on PS4 was my second stream. Like, not the remake, this was before the remake came out. And one of the sessions I did for that was like 4 hours, and I remember feeling exhausted afterwards. And now, like, here I am, absolutely capable of doing, like, 5, 6, 8, 10-hour streams. Like, absolutely have the endurance for it. Like, there was the RE3 make stream that I did, the very first one. When I streamed it for the first time, it was a blind playthrough. That was like 7 hours. And like, that was the full game in one sitting. That was pretty cool. Like, if I've got the energy for it, the time, and the motivation, like, I will just keep going. And, like, thinking about this, like, I want to get to the end of Disc 1. And thinking about this, like, what we've got left, and we're, like, just over 4 hours now, I feel like it could be reasonable based on what's left of Disc 1, but I could get to the end of Disc 1 today. But we've got the Gold Saucer, and the Temple of the Ancients, and then Dino Village and the Forgotten City. And depending on how the Temple of the Ancients goes, like, I could very reasonably get to the end of Disc 1 in maybe 7 hours total. Oh, thank you. Now die! There's a good chance. There's a very good chance. I should go back right now. Make sure that I'm not skipping a step here. Because I know Dio has the keystone that I need to get into the Temple of the Ancients. But I'm not sure if I need to talk to the blacksmith to make sure that Dio has it. Because it's entirely possible I could go to the Gold Saucer, pay to get in, and then it's just not there until I talk to the blacksmith. You can? Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Ben. And after this, maybe I'll play some more Jedi Academy. Been quite enjoying Jedi Academy in VR. It helps that I just really enjoy Jedi Academy. Yes. It's kind of neat, because, like, the only things you can see of your body are whatever weapon you have equipped in your right hand and your left hand. And they've got it set up so, like, you can do force push with a gesture. Like, if you go, you'll do force push, and if you turn your hand the other way and go, you'll do force pull. And it's like, that's really cool. That's really good immersion. They do also have a setting for left-handed mode, so you can have the lightsaber in your left hand. It is. Like, the only thing I could really do with is some more space, so that I could do, like, regular turning. Like, turn your head and you can turn, like, turn your body, you can do the full turn. I don't have the space to do, like, full 360 degree. I've got, like, 180 degrees of space. So, like, the full turning has to be done on the right analog stick, which is a little slow. Maybe I'll turn up the sensitivity on that. And it makes some of the accuracy, particularly in lightsaber fights, a little tricky. And I know when I get to the late game, when you're just bombarded with dudes with lightsabers, like, I'm probably going to have a real hard time. I don't have anything I need to pay for a while. Yeah, it's really cool. And I was wondering stuff like, as you go further in the game, your skills get stronger and such. And there's the three tiers of missions. It's in Battle Square. There's the 3 tiers of missions that you have. And the first tier you have like level 1 core skills, second tier you have level 2, third tier you have level 3. One of the core skills is saber defense. I was wondering how that was going to apply when I'm physically controlling the lightsaber with my hand. And I think what it does is it makes the defensive hitbox on the lightsaber larger, which would make it easier to block stuff like blasters, like blaster bolts. And I was wondering like what the thing would be with that, and now that I've gotten to tier 2, I think that's what they're doing. Yeah, why are you never wearing pants? Or a shirt? I think one thing that is kind of sacrificed, though, is because you're specifically controlling the lightsaber with your hand and how you swing and attack it. I don't think the lightsaber styles are a thing. Because the value in Jedi Academy, after you hit the 3rd tier, the 3rd mission tier, you get the option to have a single lightsaber, 2 lightsabers, or a saber staff. Double-bladed lightsaber. And the benefit of having the single lightsaber over the other 2 is you have access to all 3 standard styles. Normal, strong, and fast. And when you're manually controlling the way the lightsaber works and it's not pre-baked attacks, I'm not sure how the lightsaber styles are actually incorporated. You couldn't have even fucking healed me before I started this. Yep, that's me dead. I appreciate, though, that you don't have to get to a specific level in this to get the keystone. You know, unlike Final Fantasy IX, where it's like, no, you have to get to the final of the card tournament to progress the game. Yeah, I appreciate that as a game choice. Like, it's such a better idea than blocking you from doing it. Having a reward for winning, like a Choco Feather, great. Absolutely great. But having it be required is just frustrating. It's like, Final Fantasy IX does actually have a sequence where that is a possibility. With, the Hunt, Festival of the Hunt. If you just straight die, then the Festival of the Hunt just ends. And you're done. But then you get to the Tetramaster tournament in Treno, and you have to win the first 2 matches, and it's just fucking awful. Especially because it's a side game that you may never have actually touched, and it's all of a sudden required. See, there's Vincenzo. In front of the dancing flower. I'm tired. Stuck to flying Grand Theft Auto 5. That kind of makes me think of Vice City had a mandatory mission where you had to fly a remote control helicopter and drop bombs in a construction building, in a building that was under construction. San Andreas had a worse mission, which was thankfully optional, where you had to drop bombs in a remote controlled airplane, and it was just awful. I've heard that mission was actually edited a bunch across various re-releases of the game. Yes. So, Cloud is Chrono, Barrett is Klimbo, Tifa is Panda, Aerith is Mia, Red 13 is Red 13. Who came next? Ghost is Yuffie. Then Star is Kate Sith. Vincenzo is Vincent, and Alex is Sid. Yep, that's the entire party. Can we really have a Final Fantasy game without Ninja? I don't remember if Ninja was in Final Fantasy IX. And of course, in Final Fantasy VIII, when we streamed Final Fantasy VIII, I don't think anybody was named after anybody in the chat. Because you can only name Cloud, you can only name Squall and Renoa, and then it's the GFs. And we named all of them after South Park characters. So I think Squall was Kenny and Renoa was Herbert. Can do without Teak. Maybe Teak will be the protagonist of Final Fantasy X. I say knowing full well in the back of my mind that I'm calling the main character of Final Fantasy X Tiddies. And in 5, you can only name the main character. No, Flame didn't make the cut this time. It's easy with 6, because 6 has so many characters. Chance didn't make the cut this time. Bane didn't make the cut.
Move this man! No! No!
Who are we dating? It's probably going to be Tifa. Yep. I thought about what I was going to say, but it's kind of embarrassing. 5 years ago, you weren't in Nibelheim. I think all of the sound alerts we have at the minute are pretty good. I think it's like a good. I think this was the last one I added, and it's a pretty solid one.
Dynamite! 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 Dynamite!
On the
Failure.
that one's from Super Smash Bros. Melee, and then the opposite side of that, which Bane plays every now and then when I do something right on stream.
Success!
If he's so smart, how come he's dead?
Stop! Stop! He's already dead.
You're too late.
You are worthy.
This one was the last suggestion we got from Bane.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
This one in particular is one of my favorite.
We need rest. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is spongy and bruised.
Become my soul reaver.
That one I actually saw because of a TikTok I saw that used it. Used that song. It's Friends from the Other Side. Friends on the Other Side from The Princess and the Frog. Villain song sung by Dr. Cilia, and it's fucking good. And I saw a TikTok that used it, and I was like, that is a really good song. I should do something like that. This one.
Just a moment.
Oh, yeah, this one. Absolutely one of my.
I know you can read my thoughts, boy. Meow 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 meow.
And there's a bunch here that people don't really use that are generally really good.
Psycho Mantis.
Never forget we actually have that. This one that I know Teak can appreciate now that he has the context for it.
I'm the light bringer. I'm the fucking universe.
I say that, but like that would actually require Teak to have gotten that ending because there are 2 endings for that game.
That's my joke. I'll kill you.
Oh, he did get both. Excellent.
What's gonna happen to us? There is no way I can lose.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I have 2 game over ones. The Lightbringer is a slot reward. There's some good lines from Alone in the Dark 2008. And I think like that one gets kind of overshadowed by I don't have your stone and fuck you anyway. And then the more well-known game over noise. I always forget what God is. And of course, the ever-lovable classic.
I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride.
Wrap it up, you. We've gone on too long. Like, wrap it up, wrap it up. I'll be giving my speech at the Oscars, and instead of playing like the hurried up music and like get off the fucking stage, they'll just start playing that. There's a video Clem sent to me at one point. There was like the sphere thing that they've got in Vegas. Somebody just played the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 character select screen on it. Aldia. Alvados. Alfred. Hey, welcome in, Ruth Bader. Alfred. The guy pushes me, it's like, hey, it's your line. Which, one, incredibly unprofessional of an actor to do when he knows that you're here because you've won a contest and have no skill or experience in acting. But, oh yeah, the other actors will cover up for you. Immediately the other actors are like, hey, it's your line. And then it's like, oh, it's my line? It's like, yeah, it's your line. And then covers up anyway. The guy playing this knight is a dick. Alfred. That dragon was absolutely getting like a full handful of those tracts of land. I love all of the endings that end with everybody dancing off stage except the person you're doing the play with. Like, there's that one, there's an ending where you kiss the dragon, and the dragon's revealed to be like a princess cursed. Like, I absolutely love it, and Tifa and Aerith's reactions are always great. Those Shugwell races look dangerous. I don't know, it's just darkness out there to me. Public safety is a huge priority. It's fine, if they fall off, they're just gonna go to prison. Is that a concern? No, most of them are prisoners anyway, apparently. Oh, look, it's Star. What's that traitor up to? Why did we leave the keystone in a place where Kate Sith could get it? Get that son of a bitch. Hello. Like, the whole idea that we're ever supposed to like Kate Sith as a character after this sequence is just ridiculous. How about if we continue like nothing ever happened? Like, why did we even let this thing in the party to begin with? And then there's also the thing of, like, Kate Sith doesn't get enough development as a character to make up for oh, I betrayed you, had was giving Shinra information from the inside to begin with, which is how they found us in Gongaga. How they knew we were going to Gongaga before we got there. Gave them the keystone, and then did this. Well, I was waiting for them to, like, mention that sequel. That's what I meant by this. I thought they'd say it a lot quicker. But yeah, they takes a child hostage and then uses her as leverage to force you to keep him in the party. And Kate Sith does not get enough character development after this to ever make up for it. Pretty much. It's like there are other games you get where one character betrays the party in such a way and it's kind of heinous. But the character gets character development to make you forgive them and like appreciate them as a character for it. Kate Sith doesn't get that, and it's why Kate Sith is the most hated character in this game. Yeah. I think with Ada, like, it's not even so much that she's redeemable as she never really does anything that bad. We're told, but we never see anything that bad. See, it's an interesting interpretation of it, Bane, and I can see where that line of thinking would come from. But the fact that he then reappears immediately afterwards, it's like, oh yeah, no, I had a spare body. It's fine. Absolutely undercuts everything. And them announcing beforehand that, no, they got a spare body. It's just a toy, nothing's gonna happen to me. Fine. Like the open admission very early on to the consideration. Regardless of what happens with Kate Sith, the person controlling Kate Sith will be absolutely fine. Means that anything that happens to Kate Sith rather than Reeve doesn't matter. That was odd. I cut out early. There we go, that's better. Like, if Kate Sith left the party after Temple of the Ancients and it became Reeve as his replacement, and Reeve was ever actually putting himself in danger as a result, maybe. But it isn't. Even as things go on, it remains the toy that's in your party, the toy that never poses a danger to itself, to its controller. Everybody else is out here putting their lives on the line for all of this. And if the entire party dies, Reeve can still go about his day. And then on the other side as well, like, they make, I think, one attempt to give a viewpoint from the other side. Like, oh, Reeve is a Shinra executive, how Shinra sees the characters and such, or how a sane person in Midgar would see Avalanche and such. But it's such a throwaway line of like, yeah, people died in the explosions you caused. And it's like, that's a fair point. We should maybe elaborate on that and build on it, and it never happens. It's a single throwaway line. I forgot to swap out the materia. Yeah, if Shinra decided that Reeve had become too sympathetic to Avalanche, maybe, and like imprisoned him or such, and then you have to go and deal with it. Help him out, maybe? I don't know. There's more they could have done to make Kate Sith a character that you might like in any way or reason. And ultimately, like, they didn't. You ain't getting anything else. Yeah. Like, there are ways they could have expanded on it and made Kate Sith actually matter. And Kate Sith also, like, being there during the execution on Junon and working to help save Barrett and Tifa. Reasonable enough, although it's kind of undercut by how stupid it is that this toy put on a coat and a hat and nobody realized it was a toy in a coat and a hat. And none of it really matters. So you're left with, like, a lot of negatives against Kate Sith, and, like, basically zero positives. And it doesn't help that the major negative is that he took a child hostage. It's an interesting point, and maybe it is something that'll be expanded on in the remake. Although, there's also the interesting point of, like, they expanded the game for the international release. And, like, what story additions did they make? Well, tweaks, additions, changes to the story. Did they make for the international release? So, since we're also speaking specifically about Kate Sith, does Kate Sith appear in any of the CG scenes? I think maybe it appears in the final cutscene when everybody's sat on the cliffs in the crater in the planet core. Those are the only definite different. Well, there's also the supernova attack we know is different, expanded. Alright, here we go. Going down. Let's go. I am genuinely interested in going through Rebirth for a bunch of reasons. And we'll see, like, what else they change. What gets expanded, what gets changed. One of the weirdest out of nowhere scenes in Remake was after the Sector 7 pillar falls, there's just a quick shot of Kate Sith running up and looking over the destruction. And it's like, what a weird thing to just have there for no reason. Well, that's gonna have to change. This is an issue I've complained about in previous playthroughs of FF7, but the way the cursor is placed, and the way the cursor movement works when you try to do things fast, it can be really awkward to get to the specific target that you're after for anything. Oh, it's a posture check. Thank you, Nana. Place fire with... Go with lightning. Sacramon. The spirit bodies. What do you got for me? Reasonable. Restore my HP. And save my game. Right, here we go. Turbo Ether. It's worth making the point that you only get one shot through the Temple of the Ancients. So anything you don't get, you ain't getting again. Rocket Punch. Is that a Tifa or a Barret weapon? Barret. Well, let's get that materia. Lucky Plus. I'm never gonna equip that. Ooh. nice. When you get a side attack like this, the smart way of playing it is to alternate attacks from sides. Because enemies and the party will take more damage when they're hit in the back. Yeah, I missed that chest. No cutting corners. I didn't know frog prevented you from using your limit break. It makes sense, but like it's fucking irritating along with everything to do with frog. Yeah, there we go. There we go again. I feel like you can see from this encounter with 2 frogs why an encounter with 6 frogs is considered potentially the worst encounter in the game. I think the specific lineup is a pincer attack from 6 frogs. That's what you motherfuckers get. You done fucked up now. Yeah, I can absolutely understand that. Always comes down to status effects. That chest is not going to be worth the time spent backtracking for it. Guarantee it. I'm immune to poison. Anyway. God damn, it's not even the way to get there. Oh, this is also another change for the Western version. The cursor and the arrows. I've heard people complain about them. And it's such a dumb thing to complain about. Ugh. Also higher. Mm. You just love that. Do I have an accessory that makes somebody immune to frog? Oh, the white cape, of course. The issue is, like, more than anything else, even if I had it, after this, I don't think we're going to see frogs again until... I think one appear. I think two appears with two appear with Gem Nesmith. Yeah, we absolutely want to get that ribbon. Don't put your head in it. I don't fucking know, Elena. Oh no, it's the ghost of Sephiroth. We're all gonna be inside Sephiroth. Just like Clem always wanted. Sorry, I didn't see any of it. I was distracted by this big piece of materia that's right in front of me. Rest. Save. Kind of an interesting thing to think about. Like, I don't think Final Fantasy VII has any particularly long dungeons. There we go. Check every door. Like, this dungeon isn't long. We're not that far from the end of it. Ah, yeah, top is the door, of course. What a creepy door. So, I think you get two kinds of enemies out of these. You have Nesmian frogs and 8 eyes. Gem Nesmi's fascination attack can be kind of frustrating because it is a charm, it's a confusion attack. But Gem Nesmi is lethally weak to poison. Which I would have shown off if Aerith wasn't immediately turned into a frog. Well, nothing doing. Eight eyes. Motherfuckers. Yeah, Temple of the Ancient's kind of weird like that. The same's true of Gem Nesmi as well. I think they both appear in the special battle. Yeah, the Ochu, which I think is the first fight, the first or second fight. There we go. It is kind of neat though, like, I appreciate stuff like that, giving a little more essence, I guess, to the battle arena. Removed it from the ancient forest. It's one of those things of like, I also appreciate stuff like unique boss fights at the end of Battle Arena kind of things. Like in Kingdom Hearts 2, how the tournaments have the unique fights against characters like Leon and Yuffie. Makes them feel a lot more worthwhile if they're not just fighting against enemies that you've already fought again, I think. In all honesty, fighting an Ochu in the Ancient Forest would have probably made that place more unbearable. I hate dealing with the Ancient Forest as it is. There we go. Worth it. Ah, wonderful. A ribbon before the end of disc 1. Like, not even difficult to get, and something you absolutely should get. Like, having a ribbon this early in the game, in any of the games, is kind of crazy. Because they are the be-all, end-all accessories. Like, let's be fair. Go. Unique Tomber. Mega Elixir. Go. And then the next one takes me back to the start. Yeah, that's probably fine. Yeah, it's what I was checking my current situation about. Because this ain't pleasant. Nope. Not pleasant at all. God damn it. Fucking back attack. Oh. Come on. Alright, that's something. Why did that not kill her that time? Killed everybody every other time. That's a wasted Phoenix down. Nailback, which is quite strong with 0 materia slots or growth. I want to buy some Phoenix Downs from this guy. The nailback's actually a good reason to do Wu-Tai after this. Because 0 materia slots or growth doesn't matter when you've got no materia. But as it is now, like, there's not another situation we'll have where we'll have no materia. Alright. Thank you. And definitely save my game. There's another save point before the next boss, but it's just generally a good idea to save whenever you can. Alright. The good news is, like, once we're out of the Temple of the Ancients, like, it's a very quick, clear path to the end of this one. And there's not really anything left to do with the Temple of the Ancients. One last little chase sequence in a single confined area. And 2 boss fights. The work glove the same? I feel like it is. Yeah. Really good weapon for doing Wu-Tai. I think what I'm gonna do as well is, because there's kind of a long cutscene here, I'm gonna save state just as the fight with the red dragon starts. So that if we do die, we don't have to go through the cutscene again. Hello. Swinging that sword around and he's like literally just cutting everybody nearby. Because they didn't consider the length of his sword and the positions of the characters. Hmm. They're all a little too focused on brushing everything under the carpet. It's kind of funny that it's like, oh no, the red dragon's approaching, and the ground's shaking because of that. Cloud's immediate reaction is Sephiroth, which is reasonable, but Sephiroth is still nearby and able to say, yeah, no, that's not me. That's kind of funny. Anyway, red dragon. Right. Yep. Just fucking perfect. See, the way other Final Fantasies separate is they'll have a specific button, a specific direction you press to switch from targeting one party or the other. Like, switch from targeting enemies to the party, or the party to the enemies. This game doesn't have that. So you're cycling through expecting to hit the character you're aiming for, and it gives you a completely different one. And it's really frustrating. Especially when you try to do it in a hurry. I love it when counter works. And like when you end up with counter mastered and it's almost guaranteed to work every time the character gets hit, it's just great. One thing that's definitely appreciated about the PC version with the mods is how you can move the camera yourself. Which you can then use to like set the camera up in a level that's going to prevent that kind of thing from happening. Yeah, fuck it, just have those two that Aerith was using. Don't forget Bahamut. Bahama. Bahamas. Now the only real obstacle to us getting to the end of Disc 1 in a timely fashion is Demon Door. Take it. Does he? Man, I can't believe we get cell phone reception in the temple. Like the way this whole place is laid out and how it doesn't make any physical sense, but still we can get a cell phone signal. I don't know, I want to save that limit break for Demon Door. Oh, that was a mistake. Alright. That's probably not a bad idea. And definitely save. Alright, let's go. It's locked. This feels like a good idea. It's interesting how, like, a lot of the designs in this game are, like, untextured polygons. But, like, they're such good designs. The base design underneath everything is, like, really well designed. Like single texture polygons. Come on, throw the Phoenix down. Healing wind, limit priority. Blade beam. Welcome back, Clem. Yeah, but if you were miserable, you'd be coming back to this. And that would cheer you up. This motherfucker. This sumbitch. Yeah, I do think this fight is genuinely, like, legitimately challenging. It's right, we did gain Clim Hazard during that battle. Fucking toy, it doesn't matter. Like, it's not as though you're dying. You're breaking a toy. Like, they treat this as though it's some big sacrifice, and it's not. And at no point does it ever feel like it is, and then immediately afterwards, they make it clear that it was never a big deal to begin with. Yeah, and it's like, what do you mean, another me? You mean the same person? He never believed in you. Yeah, it's worth having Tifa in the party here for that. It's a toy being remote controlled by a Shinra executive. It's not as though it's a sentient being. It's essentially a drone. For off, you cheeky dick waffle. Well. It's okay, I'm inside Aerith now. I feel like I did that in one of the previous streams. I've not seen the commercial you're talking about, Teague, but I have heard of it. I gave the black materia to Sephiroth. This is all your fault, Aerith. Like, T, for fuck's sake, climb down. Gonna beat the shit out of her feet. You try just slapping your girlfriend's feet. Tifa shot him. With one of those guns we were just carrying around. We were supposed to be giving him to Ninjenzo and we just didn't. I make no promises. Not good, Klimbo. Oh, better keep it to yourself. Thanks, Klimbo. You always know exactly what to say. I lose it again and slap her feet some more. It's amazing that Cloud has, like, what is probably the right idea of, like, if I go near Sephiroth again, I'm probably going to lose it again, so I should probably not go near Sephiroth. And everyone else is like, you're a fucking idiot. Go and fight Sephiroth. You little bitch. Like, Barrett just there straight up, like, yeah, stop being a little bitch. You're just a jackass. And Siva's like, I believe in you. And it's like, you guys are stupid. How you doing, Flame? And it's like, cool, what does Cloud going after Aerith result in? Very specifically results in Aerith dying. No, we're almost at the end of disc 1 in one session, like I said it would be. I think there's the strong possibility. Or, like, the party could have gone without Cloud and, like, maybe worked it out. But Cloud specifically tells them to stay back while he goes up there, almost has a breakdown again, and then he is completely helpless while Sephiroth stabs her. If it happens, don't worry about it. Cool, the last time it happened, I gave Sephiroth the ability to destroy the world and also beat the shit out of somebody who really cares about me. Rocket the punch! There you go. Nice and clean, just like I intended. The entire time. To Dino Village. We've arrived at Dino Village. No. The intention of this month is to play through the games that meant a lot to me as a kid. And, like, in a bunch of ways, shaped my tastes in video games. Like the important video games on PlayStation to me. Fucking Dino Village, Clint. Dino Village. It might be Strength Boner Village. I don't know. Is this where Strength Boner came from? I forgot. I absolutely forgot where Strength Boner came from. But yeah, we lost like a week and a half. Because of the internet being a dick. So we're trying to blast through this as quickly as possible, without rushing it. Like, I don't want to rush it, but, like, I don't want this to be the entire month. Like I say, I want the games that meant a lot to me as a kid on PlayStation and we haven't already streamed this year. The games that, like, shaped my development as a gamer. Which is more than just one video game. No, shaped my childhood, not yours. I didn't play Countdown Vampires until I was a man. By then it was only blinding. Now, let's go get, I think it's Kujata. And there he goes. Gotcha. How fast that was. Right. Yep, Watering, which absolutely invalidates Genova Life as a boss. I think we all played bad video games as kids. Told you, Danny, the end of disc 1. Not there yet. Hey, ninja. Yeah, we've all played bad video games as kids. If we were lucky, we understood that those video games were bad. I definitely played some bad video games as a kid that I didn't understand were bad at the time, and just assumed I was bad at the game. I think the best example on my end with that was Batman Forever on Super Nintendo. You can enjoy bad things. You can absolutely enjoy bad media. Joke's on you, fuckface. I'm immune to that. Yeah, I had Alien 3 on Super Nintendo. It's an odd game. Quite an odd game. Interesting, but like not particularly good. But also like it gets tiresome very quickly. Its design ideas are more interesting than actually playing it. I need to revisit Poi Poi. See if that game holds up or if it was just bad. I still need to figure out like what year that game came out in, because it looks like an early PlayStation game. Got a sequel that I never played. This is a good track. I love the wah 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 wah. It's kind of funny because I know I've said this before, but like the video game that made me realize that games can be bad, and it's not just me, was Bubsy 3D. It's like my granddad had a PlayStation before I did. And when we go over to his house on weekends, I'd play the PlayStation in the next room, and he had a bunch of games that were like kind of instrumental to my growth as a video gamer. That's where I first played Blood Omen. He had Star Wars Dark Forces on PlayStation. He had Death Trap Dungeon, if anybody remembers that. He also had Bubsy 3D. And like, I remember playing Bubsy 3D and being like, this is bad. The first video game that I ever played that was like, yeah, this is bad, it's not just me. The PS1 Grinch game, which, I'll be honest, I did genuinely consider for a stream this month. Not as like, oh, games that like made me. Before I decided that's what this month would be, like just as it's a Christmas game stream. But the problem is, yeah, I had that when I was younger, and it's bad. The way the screens don't fade out in this sequence, the way they just do hard cuts, is like really disconcerting. It's such a neat effect how they give you one specific idea of how screens are going to transition, and then for this sequence they stop that. Whether it's intentional is the question. Because as you see, they've stopped doing that now. It only happens for those two screens. I never played any of the PS2 Army Men. There was one I did play on PlayStation. Air Attack, maybe? Army Men Air Attack? And I never really liked it. Yeah, let's roll with this. The biggest problem you get with the Genova life fight is that she's just so fast. It's why the water ring is a saving grace, because without the water ring, this would be a genuinely difficult fight just because of how fast she is. Hello. Ready? Ready for the defining moment of video games on the PlayStation? How you doing, Nelson? There's a specific clip. There's a specific clip we made, or that I made from the last time we streamed Final Fantasy VII, Teak, that I think you'll appreciate. I also, just noticed their positions are wrong in that FMV. All of a sudden, Aerith's back is to the stairs, and Cloud's on the other side, which is how when she leans forward and the white materia flies out of her hair, it's able to bounce down the stairs. I appreciated it. I appreciated it, Ninja. Like, I do think this is genuinely one of the best scenes in PlayStation gaming. Like, it's right up there with the death of Sniper Wolf, I think. The first rendition of the Clim Hazard. Are we ready for it? And then I died. Like, at this point, it's not really worth reviving the other two, because Genova moves so quickly, and her attacks are genuinely really dangerous, that they'll be dead before we can properly heal them. I think there are moments, like, it's frustrating, absolutely, when stuff like this, the important moments in media, are spoiled for you, Ninja. But I think there are definitely points where you can really appreciate it from a critical standpoint. Just not worth it. From my experience with this, though, like, I did this so young. My first time through this was so long ago that I don't even remember what it was like. This is gonna take fucking ages. Just can't make it fast enough. On. There we go. Stupid bitch. Quick, gang up on her and kick her while she's down. I cannot see what that says up there. They don't give me the thing anymore. Pull up the stream thing. Thanks for the follow, Baderity. Baderity? Baderity? But yeah, with the water ring, like this fight is a cakewalk. And because you can just wait for Genova to run out of MP. And now she just legitimately cannot attack. Would I want to try this fight without the without the water ring? No. Particularly because she opens the fight with Aqualung and it's a damaging full party attack. Absolutely not. Be a Cos. You are a puppet. Yeah, she does it often enough, and if she doesn't use it at the start, she's going to use it quickly enough. Many moments. Maybe that's because you have enemy skill equipped and I don't. And she's like, I know what you're waiting for. I'm going to waste all my MP on blue light. Dude, use your actual hand, not the gun. Really used ethers on her. I think it's a really good detail, though, that, like, everyone... Yeah, we've seen Yuffie's reaction here, Clem. I do think it's a really good detail that everybody has unique animations in response to Aerith's death. And you'll only ever see 2 of them per playthrough. It's a little detail that makes Aerith's death always matter. Because if the characters all had, like, 2 animations, like, what, like, the other characters in your party would always do one animation, and then the other one would do the other animation, you'd catch on to that really quick, and fairly quickly, I think, it would become less of an event. Everyone listen up. I didn't want to come here. I knew something like this was going to happen. Y'all motherfuckers forced me to. And now Aerith is dead. I can't even blame Cait Sith for this, because he had nothing to do with it. Will you all come with me to save me from doing something terrible? And then they all come with me and stand by as I do something terrible. But we did it. That is the end of disc 1.
I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride. I wanna take you for a ride.
This is genuinely like a really fucking good game. Yeah, the original release is 3 discs. One of the big things, like, Square really wanted Nintendo to move into CD storage as their physical game media. Oh, the artwork? Yeah. There's a bunch of different artworks for it. Promotional artwork. And they cycle through them. Like, disc 2 isn't always Tifa here like this, I don't think. There's the Tifa one, there's the Aerith overlooking the high wind. There's Red 13 stood next to Seto. Like, there's a few. And they're all good artworks. But we made it. And we'll continue this next time. How far do I want to push next time?
Success!
Yeah. What do we got? Ice Lane, Great Glacier, Gaia Cliffs. I think it is still the theme I have on my PS4. That plays Aerith's theme and has the FF7 menu sounds. Yeah, the lack of themes and such for PS5 is kind of lame. But then a lot of the layout stuff on PS5's like not great. I feel like every time we make a console transition, generational console transition, we take a step back in terms of like the actual interface. Yeah, what do we think? Gaia Cliffs, then into the northern crater. It's worth considering stuff like the Wii U had folders. You could organize all of your games and apps and whatnot on the Wii U into folders, into a specific order as they present themselves on your menu. The Switch took, I think, 5, 6 years, maybe 7 years, to get the option to have folders. You can't customize the order that all of your games and apps and such are in. It's either most recent, like just on the standard screen, without going into all apps, it's just the last 10 that you've used. Going into all your apps, you have the choice of like most recent, A to Z, title, A to Z, recent title. I think publisher might be one of them. Like, there's not a lot, and it took them years to do that. It's absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, after that, Gaia Cliffs, Northern Crater, Junon. I don't know, like at least Junon. I'd like to be by the end of next session. Disc 2 is a lot shorter though. Like Disc 1 is the meat of Final Fantasy 7. Disc 2 is so much shorter, and Disc 3 can absolutely be a single session. I don't think I want to do Chocobo breeding this time. But I think very reasonably, this could be done in 3 more sessions. There are no more characters. And we will not be riding Teak. Look, Teak gets to be in the Final Fantasy 1 party. There are 4 character slots in that. Teak gets to be in that party. Like, that lineup is set. The Final Fantasy 1 characters. I mean, it's really not. I think you're trying to compensate for the wonderful names I came up with during your Final Fantasy 4 run. And, like, you're just not as good at it as I am. And then you're also forgetting, like, that time where I called Tifa Tika. And it worked out really well. I'm just great. I came up with some great names for your Final Fantasy 4 run. Seaclim, Mechane, Icid. Rydubs. Starum and Zerum. I forget who Edward was. I'm not overly proud of Rom Edge. I don't think that was a very good one. Yeah, I'm not very proud of Rom Edge. I don't think that was very good. I think we had Sage Tika again. You called him Sage, but we had Tika again. I don't remember what called Fusoya. Fuspizia. He didn't find a naming way because he left. What a dick. Comes into your party, tells you that Golbez is your brother, and then fucks off to do nothing for the rest of the game. Don't worry, I'll take care of Zemus. Dies. Bitch. I don't remember what it called Yang. I don't remember I don't remember who Edward was. I'm trying to go through the list of characters in my head. Who you recruit and when. Seaclim, Rosa, Rosary. Wang for Wham, of course. Rosary was my idea, and that was a good one. Rosary and like Rosary. I don't remember like who was Edward. Oh, that was Flame. It was Von Fle. Like that wasn't actually a pun or like a wordplay. Anything else? Seaclaim, Mechane, Rosary, Icid, Vidubs, Von Fle, Wang. Aram Zerum. I don't think you get anybody else in your party until Rome Edge. Yeah, I think that's everybody. Yeah. And I did most of it. Just that good. I also appreciate the continuing contribution of the betrayals. The storyline that we have that I regularly betray him. I appreciate that we get to contribute to that some more. Right. Halo was a productive playthrough. It really was. Anyway, it is almost 7 hours into the stream. And we are just rambling at this point. So, it is time to... I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate it. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Clem, Ninja, Teak, Flame, Ali, Annie, Panda, Bane, Nelson popped in. I think there were more, but like, it's been a long stream. Fairly busy chat early on. I appreciate everybody who popped in for the chat. And it's always nice to see people pop in for like some of these games. I understand that people have more interest in some things than others, and it's one of the things that makes me appreciate doing something like Final Fantasy because it has a broader appeal, and more people tend to turn out for it. Which kind of makes up for when I'm doing stuff that only I care about and nobody turns up. It kind of balances it out. So yeah, when we come back, want to make sure I want to like really aim for like at least see how long it takes, how far we get. Yeah, I am also like really glad the stream's working. Like I'm looking at the statistics here. We've dropped 50 frames throughout the entire thing. Almost 7 hours and we dropped 50 frames. Which is great because that amounts to less than a second of dropped frames. Because we're streaming at 60 FPS. It's great. It's great to be back. And I always appreciate your guys' support. And also, like, thank you so much for the subscriptions, the resubscriptions, the gift subs. Like, I do very much appreciate it. Really nice of you guys, and I'm glad that you guys all feel this is good enough content to pay for. Next time, we head further north. And with that, there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. Catch you next time, guys. Bye.